Hey Sam, how you doing? Not gonna be quite live here yet, but just have the link up. So a little bit early here, still, right? It's only 8 a.m. Still gotta eat like my breakfast and stuff like that. But yeah, welcome to the first DTR Wednesday on a Thursday. We're gonna get going here in about an hour or so. So if you guys have any questions, right, pop in the chat, all that kind of stuff. We're gonna go over it. Um, but yeah, just the link's gonna be up here now, and hopefully we'll get a bunch of people in here. But should be a fun day, guys. Looking forward to everyone being in here, and we'll get this a lot of fun here today. So, um, yeah, guys, gonna be live in about an hour. Just have the link up early here, and yeah, I'll be back for around 9 a.m. All right. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great day. Let's get after it here a little bit, right? So it should be a pretty fun morning, guys. Pretty excited to see how things come together. So yeah, let's kind of go over some of this stuff here. So I'll start off SPY, right? Yesterday's Fed announcement kind of means we sort of cleared the majority of our sort of headlines, right? Or sort of the majority of stuff that's sort of in the way, right? We've kind of gotten out and about and cleared that through. So it's nice to see that we have a little gap up here this morning, right? Nothing crazy yet, though. Increasing volume yesterday on a normal body bullish candle certainly gives us that potential for that kind of bullish continuation, right? Or at least gives me sort of that bias, right, for kind of bullish continuation. Can't really get a gap and fade here. Not really enough of a gap down. So if we get a really big volume rejection at this level, right, we can look for bearish breakdowns towards maybe yesterday's low. But we're going to have to judge that kind of as it comes together. My bias here this morning is definitely to the upside. So if we can get a little bit of strength, right, get that sign of strength, maybe we can get that run in SPY. SPY's been pretty difficult for us to trade recently, right? Not getting that many setups in the morning, right? Just that volume standard that we have to get to outlier can be very challenging. So if it decides to move, right, maybe we're going to get some action in some of these other names. But we'll definitely keep an eye on this, right? For myself personally, right, I think you kind of need to clear that 465.50, right? We're opening up like 465.40, right? Something along those lines, right? Close a bit over. So let's see if this thing can hold, right? Maybe give us that high volume breakout. If we can't get a 465.50 entry, right, that's no big deal. We can wait towards 466 and sort of have that patience, right? We don't need to force anything or rush it, right? We've got a lot of other potential setups, right? Something like this QQQ looks very similar, right? Increasing volume, similar type candle, maybe a slightly stronger candle profile, right? Arguably slightly stronger volume profile. So if we're talking about like relative strength, right, something like this QQQ is kind of leading the pack here compared to the SPY, right? So better increasing volume, right? Treasuries selling off a little bit, still a bit high for my liking, right? The 10-year at 1.56, right? Still a bit high for my liking, but you know, it seems like maybe the path of least resistance here, right, on QQQ is to the upside. Right, if we just look back in a little bit of context here, we are now at all-time highs, right, well above there, right? So we closed with some conviction yesterday on increasing volume on a strong candle, right? It's hard to not, it's hard to not like the bullish setup here. So if this thing can give us a little bit more strength, right, this morning, this could be the stronger play compared to SPY, right, or compared to the SPY. The volume standard maybe isn't that impressive, right, or isn't that crazy on the opening 5 min. So we might have a chance here off the opening bell. But same thing like we talked about the SPY, right? There's a chance that these things run without giving us an A+ setup, and we have to look towards some of the other leading names, right, to get those sort of perfect volume profiles. Apple's an interesting one here, right? We kind of have a bit of a trend line that's fighting. So I think this gives us a few kind of opportunities, right? So if we look here at Apple's volume profile, right, compared to QQQ and SPY, right, this is decreasing on volume. So, right, if Apple's decreasing on volume, right, as it's making higher highs, it's not quite as strong, right? We also closed under yesterday or under the previous day's high, right? So another sign of relative weakness, right, compared to the indexes here, right? So indexes are giving us those full bodies, increasing volume, right? Close above previous high. Apple's giving us that decreasing volume. Okay, normal body maybe, or like normal body-ish, right? Maybe doji, but close under previous high, right? So we're not getting quite as many bullish signals here. And now we're coming up against a bit of a trend line, right? ATH, we have a couple tests here now. If we're going to get a breakout, right, we need to break the trend line and then break this kind of horizontal resistance, right? If we can get that, then we can maybe start to get some follow through up and over, right? So for me, that looks like that 153.50 area. But for now, right, this kind of looks like it's running out of momentum. So if we're starting to see that argument that it's running out of momentum, right, where it's unable to show us those really strong signs of strength, right, maybe this is going to set up best for us as a trend line rejection, right? So if we can get a rejection here, right, a rejection at this 153.50 on high volume, right, strong candle to the downside, maybe this is going to be our best play. So this will be what I'm looking at, right, especially if things decide to go bearish here this morning. Something like this Apple that's running out of momentum could be sort of our number one target, right? Tesla, we can make that same argument for that kind of waning momentum here too, right? So Tesla's given us that sort of gap and go potential, right, or gap and fade potential, but with a gap up. So we're expecting maybe a little bit of decreasing volume yesterday, right, because of FOMC. So not that insane that, hey, the volume is going down. So we're not going to overreact to this, right, too much, but we're not going to want to chase this too quickly, right? So if we get a little bit of strength here off this opening bell, right, we're going to be happy to run this up and play breakouts, right? If you can't get that 1240 here now, I mean, we're at all-time highs, right? So we're kind of just looking at round numbers, right? Maybe we can get a 1250 entry, right? I'm just thinking this thing is to start moving $20 at a time because it's in borderline squeeze mode. But we'll judge that as it comes together, right? If it does show us that sign of weakness, we have room towards that, say, 1217, right? And then hopefully that 1200. If we lose 1200 on this Tesla, right, on this, right, decreasing volume, right, decreasing momentum, this thing could flush pretty quickly. It could start to move relatively aggressively. It could start to show us a lot of signs of weakness. It could do all sorts of things. And so we want to make sure that, yeah, right, that we're getting involved there. So if we can catch a strong setup, right, if we can get something good, I'm going to be all aboard that train. But let's see what this volume profile says. Tesla for me, right, same thing like this Apple. I like it because it's given us an opportunity in both directions, right? And so if the indexes don't want to cooperate here, right, we're at least going to have a pretty reasonable setup, right, in either direction here, right? Microsoft, right, continuing to kind of consolidate here and making new all-time highs. I don't love, right, that it's on decreasing volume again, right? That's a little bit sneaky for me. So, you know, but I do like that it's, you know, breaking above, right? We're seeing dip buyers, right? Low volume dip buyers, right? Protecting, and we're still closing above previous all-time highs. So if we keep every day making new all-time highs, right, and then closing above them, I'm fine with that. So this still looks to me like a low volume consolidation, right? During yesterday's low volume day that we were expecting, that looks fine to me, right? Or certainly looks reasonable. So I'd like to think that there's a chance here, right, for us to get that kind of move up and over, or certainly there's enough potential. I'm pretty excited to see how this thing can shape up, right? Especially if the indexes are showing us strength, right? We have like almost like a little bit of consolidation in the leading names, right, and growing momentum in the indexes as the headlines have cleared. It feels like it's a relatively nice. Sorry, I'm just reading a news headline. So yeah, I think there's enough potential. There's a few tickers that have been requested here by Sam, so happy to go over them here, bud. So CCJ here. Okay, earnings, bad earnings beat, but still moving, right? So impressive. Obviously, they said something good. Really impressive volume outlier, right? Volume greater than the earnings volume, which is pretty impressive, right? I don't know if there's a news catalyst here or something along those lines, but it looks like you're not quite at all-time highs. Okay, you start to have a little bit of challenge here. So I think you probably need to see this thing get towards $30, right? Really good explosion through. If you can get over $30, then it's going to start to move like $1 at a time. But I think underneath, right, until then you have a lot of rejections in that area. So if you can get to 30, right, the path to 34 on the CCJ is pretty open. and then above 34, right, 36.50, right, it starts to squeeze almost at that point. But under 30, right, I still feel like you can get rejected a little bit. GSL, really, really high volume inside bar here yesterday. That's a strange one. Oh, sorry. Okay, again, right, really good increasing volume. Maybe you could get a bit of a stronger candle here. I'd like to see maybe a bit of candle strength. If you can get over this $25 mark, right, seems like you got room up 50 cents. You get that 50 cents breakout, you're going to have, I mean, certainly looks like you've got not that much resistance, right? Again, like starts to maybe have a chance to go like a dollar at a time. So I would be interested in that, but I don't like the relative weakness here, right, or the fake out previously. So you probably want to see this break and hold up and over, which means that your most likely entry is probably going to be above this, above this 25.45. I would let this thing consolidate here, right? I'm not sure if I see anything in this oil and gas, right, right here. Like maybe if you lose this trend line, you can start to fade this move down. So if you get something like break a trend line, right, and then lose that 104, seems like you got room down towards that 100 area if that's the case, right? Otherwise, I'm not sure if I like this yet, right? It's not showing us the best signs of strength, and this feels like it's a pretty big area of resistance. So I think my bias is probably to the downside on this XOP. Any other chart requests, guys? Anything you guys are looking at this morning that's catching your eye? Happy to go over those setups here pre-market as well. Just pop any requests in the chat, guys, and we'll go over it. All right, Caleb first. One sec here. Okay, so what I don't like here, Caleb, on this Big Five sporting group or whatever, right, is all these rejections. So here, here, right? We've got three examples of these highs not sustaining, right? So this looks like it's all-time highs up and over. So you can be really, really patient, right, on this to give you a clean breakout. So what you're going to want to see, right, on this 3780 break is a full body candle, right, on increasing volume. So looks like you got like pretty good resistance here, right, because it just keeps rejecting at this area. So if you can get that thing to clear up and over, I know these circles are kind of shitty, but right, you're seeing all these fake outs, right? So I just want to make sure that, or I want to make sure, right, that those are getting avoided. Uh, maybe it looks like maybe a different type of pattern, or maybe it's something else. So let this thing break out and hold on a full body candle, right? Increasing volume, and then you can look to chase it up and over. If you're following it during the day, right, and it's getting close, pop it in the chat, and we can go over it as it approaches. It'll be easier to sort of see. So on these corn futures, right, looks to me looks like breakout, right, high volume breakout. A bit of a rejection here now, consolidating. I'm not sure if it's ready yet, right? Might need a little bit of a leg up, right? Might need a little bit of move, right, or a little bit of momentum before this thing can take that next step over. So I'd be a little bit patient here, right? I know there's been a lot of like headline pressure on this recently, right? I don't follow the commodities futures, like these kind of futures, too closely. But I know that there was some headline pressure on this recently. So I'd be careful to keep chasing this up, potentially, right, until you get those really, really clean signs. So, I mean, right, you're at highs here. If this thing can get over 558, right, I imagine that 560 is going to be a pretty big cycle level. If it can get up and over that and hold, right, then maybe you got a chance for it to keep squeezing. But I'd be very careful with this, right, because they tend to not let these things get too out of control, especially with all the talk about inflation and stuff like that. I'm not going to say these are going to be manipulated markets. That wouldn't be fair. So they're going to be very tightly regulated, right? Or very tightly watched. I wouldn't bother with corn futures, man. There's better stuff you can trade. So into earnings, right? I wouldn't want to touch this yet because the earnings is a little bit of a, um, yeah, it's a bit of a coin flip, right? Like I don't know what the reaction is going to be. If say earnings were behind us, right? Say they happened here, or they happened September 15th instead of it being November 5th. Hey, good morning, Rusty. Then this hammer would be pretty interesting to me, right? Um, right, hammer candle, increasing volume. That would be pretty cool. But going into earnings, I think you're still setting yourself up for too much of a coin flip. And so I'd be skeptical wanting to chase this in anything other than a lotto. Um, yeah, personally, not one for me. I think if it kind of continues to consolidate, right, gives you this sort of candle action post earnings, then you're gonna have that chance to get back up towards that 273, right, 270 area pretty quickly. But I think for now, right, you're gonna struggle there a little bit. So I'd be just very patient, right, and just wait that extra couple days. You're gonna have other stuff that's gonna want to set up. Maybe like something like Visa or Mastercard, right, might have something cleaner. I know they're not a super clean relation to PayPal, but if you want to scalp this as a day trader, I think you can be a little bit more patient than that. Yeah, no, Caleb, for sure, man. As many as you want. No pressure, right? That's what I'm here for. So, job's to try to teach you guys how to fish, right? Not to fish for you. I think the volume here sucks, right? This looks like consolidation. Not for me, right? Unless this thing can really start picking back up, it's too hard to want to be involved here. So something like this, it's too much of, yeah. This one wouldn't satisfy my execution rules, right? It wouldn't satisfy my conditions for trading. If you are gonna, if you really want to, right? Here's your pattern. You have a little bit of a wedge, but it still looks like consolidation, right? So you need to get up and over here, right? Targeting this area, right? If you can get that clearance, then maybe you get that gap fill above 20, right? Towards that 21.85. But like I said, I think this is a bit of a dog shit name. Maybe after this earnings, right, you're going to get a little bit of a volume pop, but last earnings, right, didn't particularly happen. So I just be careful trading stuff like this. It's traps on traps. No, it's just the cycle we're in, Rusty. Good question. Just the cycle we're in. Yeah, I think that's part of it, unfortunately. You gotta be on like the Fed. All they've been talking about, right, for the last I don't know year and a half, has been that inflation is transitory, right? And so now we're maybe starting to get more and more evidence that it isn't. That some of these price pressures are a little bit longer term, or they're here to stay, and it's a fancy narrative, right, to scare. The news is fun to watch, but um, it can be very influential, right, in our thinking. So it's always important to remember that news comes out to support the path of least resistance, and the narrative that's being sold to us on Bloomberg or CNBC, right? It's yeah, fair, Sam, fair. It's yeah, I mean they're pushing a narrative too, right? They're pushing a story, right? Like when they have some fund manager coming on, right? And they always ask them, oh, okay, pitch us your best idea. No fund manager goes on there and tells someone what their best trade is, right? They don't go on there. They don't want it overcrowded, right? They go on and tell you what their not their worst trade is, but maybe what their second worst trade is. So you get like a little retail pump, you get out at break even, and you walk away, right? So they're telling us a story sometimes too. So it's important to not fall in love with that narrative sometimes. So just a couple minutes here to market open, guys. Right? If you could like the video, guys, it's a free stream here today. Subscribe, right? Retweet the tweet I tweeted. Um, and try to get this out to as many people as possible. If we can get this to the max concurrent viewers it's ever had, I'll give away a 1 month membership to DTR. We need to about triple the numbers we're at the moment, though. So a little bit of work to do there, but up to you guys, right, to share and to get people involved. Um, Other than that, guys, right, get yourselves ready for market open here in just a couple minutes. Just go over quickly some of these plays we're looking at here, right? Good increasing volume across the board in these indexes, right? Not quite above average, right? Not quite outlier volume, but a good increasing and good reaction after yesterday's Fed announcement, right? Basically proof that that's been relatively priced into the markets, right? Something like this Apple is going to be our best bet if something sets up to the downside here for me. Um, yeah, hell yeah. If we can get, yeah, I said it before. I'll maybe mention it again. Objective here for myself in the room. We can get to 25 members. I'm gonna give away a trading PC. So Same spec I have, essentially. I'll give out a trading PC. So waiting for us to get to 25, guys. Waiting for us to get to 25. For those who want to become a DTR member, right, you can join at www.dtrtrading.com. But just back to this here, right? So Apple, right, didn't quite close under previous highs, right? Decreasing volume, previous rejection here at this trend line. So if we can get a high volume rejection here, we're going to have a chance to target sort of yesterday's lows, right? Tesla maybe starting to fade a little bit here now pre-market. Maybe it'll give us that breakout over that 1240 here. This might be our best gap and go or gap and fade setup, right? Where it's going to give us that pop and run or pop and drop. And then Microsoft starting to give back a little bit here pre-market, but we're still looking for that 335 breakout. Hard to be bearish here for now, right? Basically just seeing evidence of all the dips being bought, right? Dip bought, dip bought, dip bought. So hard to want to chase that or force those plays. So we'll see what we can set up here, guys, right? I think there's going to be a little bit of action here today. This VIX is pretty chill though, right? Sub 15 here now this morning. So we're anticipating maybe one or two nice high quality setups during the morning, right? And then maybe things to quiet down in this afternoon. So let's get after it. Let's have ourselves a big day. Best of luck out there and happy hunting. And let's get ready here for market open. Right, we'll judge some of these non-core 5 names, right, as the sort of initial 5 min, but let's not force any plays, right? Let's not force any action. For those of you who are guests, right, very clear here with our entry and exit targets, right? So entry target, green line, stop loss target, red line. Sometimes stop losses, right, can be a little bit flexible if the options aren't moving, and I always try to call that out. But if you have any questions, right, about a trade or about where I'm targeting an entry or what strike price, what my stop loss is, please ask. That's what the chat is for. If there's anything you're looking at, right, please ask. That is what the chat is for. So this is market open here, guys, right? Let's see how things shape up for us today. We got some high volume contenders here off this opening bell so far, right? But it's too early for us to jump into anything, right? We're not going to chase anything in this initial opening minute, right? We're going to wait for these initial 5-minute candles to show us some sort of sign of relative strength or weakness, right? And then we can look to get involved. Maybe something like this Tesla, right, will give us something. Could be some joy for us there. Again, guys, right? Really don't want to force anything. I think there's going to be easier stuff for us to trade, right? So we don't need to be first. We need to be right. I'd rather be right than rather be first into a play. If we're using the right options and we're sizing our positions correctly, right, we're still going to get ourselves paid. Just remember, guys, right? The larger your position, the larger the required stop loss, right? The smaller your max position size should be. So you need to be able to quantify your risk, right, before taking any trades here this morning. So what that means is you determine what your max position size is, right? For myself personally, that's generally about 10% of what my portfolio is, right? So if my account size is 10K, right, my max position size should be 1K, right, or based on that system. And then you got to determine, right, what number you're comfortable losing, right, on that. For myself personally, right, if I take a max position size trade, right, I don't want to be taking more than a 10% loss on that play, right? So anything that I have to take a larger than 10% loss with, right, I'm adjusting my size to make sure that my loss isn't greater than that 10% number. So I'm adjusting my size to make sure that if I get stopped out, right, I'm not losing more than $100 on that play, right? We turn this into a numbers game by always targeting a risk reward of 2 to 1 or greater. So if we have a larger stop loss, right, we're gonna have a larger profit target, and things are gonna even out for us, right? We're not gonna survive in this game, right? You don't survive in this game if you chase or run after things with the same position size every time, or with inconsistent position sizing, or chasing plays with a position sizing based on how you feel about it, right? Our position sizing is determined based on the amount of risk we have to take, and that's the number one priority that helps us build sustainable winning habits, right? So as we're waiting for these things to set up, right, these are the things that we need to be considering as we're looking at our positions, right? So the tighter the risk reward we can get, right, the bigger our position sizing will always be. That doesn't always mean, right, that our biggest position size trades are going to be our biggest winners, right? Oftentimes our biggest wins can be stuff that's at a half size play because we're giving stuff a little bit of room, right, to give us that breakout. So position sizing has to be dynamic. Something like this NVIDIA, guys, right, probably going to be our best bet here, right? Really strong volume, looking like a really strong candle, right? And it's at all-time highs. So going to take a look at this, right? Look at these calls. The IV's not too bad here, I don't think. Still waiting for it to load, actually. But really good volume on these calls too, right? So going to be looking at these 275 calls here on NVIDIA, right? If we can get this breakout, wait for this candle to close, right? Wait for this candle to close. Okay, not bad. So I'm going to be looking for a breakout up and over that 275.06 area with the 275 calls. Stop loss low of this entry candle, right? See if this thing can give us a little pullback. Go red first and then give us that breakout. Meantime, right, as it's setting up, I'm putting together my position here, right? Let this thing go, right? Wait. Not yet, guys, not yet, right? We need to see this thing go red first, and then we can look to go, right? Okay, well, at least we have a reasonable stop loss location now, right? So I'm going to be looking for entries here in a second, right? Above that 275.24. With the 275 calls, guys, 275 calls. Okay, I am in at 348. 348. So remember, guys, right? First decent pop we get, we're going to look to take some off and reduce our risk, right? That's going to be number one priority. So this thing's starting to move a little bit here, right? This thing's starting to move a little bit here. So make sure that when we get to that sort of 10% number, you look to take a little bit off, right? Reduce your risk and see if we can keep getting a little bit of follow through here, right? We don't need to be full on risk on the entire time we're in a play, right? Reduce our risk, take profit all the way on, and we'll keep being just fine. Yeah, hey Paco, just got into NVIDIA here. Entry price 348 on some 275 calls. Oh! Watching this reaction here, guys. Watching this reaction. All right, I'm out. I was really mean of NVIDIA. All right, see, this thing will give us another setup here, right? It's quite the shakeout. That was quite the shakeout. Yeah, it's back above. Yeah, it's back above. So that's annoying. It's annoying. Might still give us an entry here, right? Let's be patient. Be patient. Nice, Rusty. Good job, man. Good job. Well done. I'll look to get back in if this thing can get there. Looking, I mean, this volume's really, really impressive. So, really impressive, and the indexes look like they want to cooperate. Now it's just a matter of if they will. Yeah, I wasn't in full size there either, right? Stop loss was a little bit bigger, right? It wasn't 10% stop loss. Still held 275, right? Still held 275. So maybe some dojis across the board here. Vidya, right? Might give us a setup on the 15 again. See how this thing come back to it in 3 minutes. AMD could be interesting too if it can close green. Right, that'll be a sympathy play with NVIDIA if it can come together. Facebook, if it can show us full body close here, right? Excuse me, got a little bit of work to do. Bank of America is impressive, but no room down here, right? We're kind of at this resistance, so I'd be, it's tough to want to short there. It's the NVIDIA volume, right? Super impressive. We're 15 minutes in, and it's already larger than the previous 4 hours yesterday, right? So that's why I'm so bullish on this still, right? It's a very, very impressive volume bar. Now QQQ's maybe behaving, right, or cooperating. We're going to have a chance at this thing again. So I'm going to be watching this closely here. Right, waiting though, right? Waiting for this 15-min candle close first. So we got 2 minutes here, guys, 2 minutes. Just wait here, guys, right? Still wait. No entry here yet, right? We're going to wait for this candle to close. Looking good, though, right? Looking good. gonna play the 275s again, right? 275s if this thing sets up. Don't rush it here, guys, right? Don't rush it. We don't need to force it. It's annoying we got shaken out that first time, but we don't need to force it, right? Good trades give you multiple entries. Sorry, it's first day under zero here, and mentally I'm freezing. Really good from QQQ, right? This looks impressive for us. Certainly looks helpful. Good from SPY. So let's watch this NVIDIA. Man, maybe those 275s. Yeah, I still like the 275s here, guys. Okay, we got a nice little pullback there, right? Went red. So I'm gonna be looking for a breakout up and over, right? Up and over. Okay, I am in at 465. 465. Let's see if this thing can go. Let's see if this thing can go. Okay, let's watch this pop, right? See if we can get that next little run here. See if we can get that next little run. All right, there we go, guys. We're popping off, right? There we go. I'm going to look to take a little bit off here at 525, right? Look to taking a little bit off. Now at entry protection mode, not letting this thing give anything away, right? Back to a green day here, guys. Let's see if this thing can keep giving us some follow through. Let's go. Stop loss is going to be $5. Stop loss is $5 on my remainder position, right? This thing is running now, guys. This thing is running. Good job if you caught this, guys. Good job if you caught this. Let's go. Okay, guys, right? Crushing it. Let's go, Caleb. Let's go. Nice work, man. All right, so you can keep getting that follow through here, right? Let's see if we can keep getting that follow through. I'm going to look to take a little bit more off here in a second, right? Going to look to take a little bit more off here in a second. Right, like every round number, guys, I'm going to look to take a little bit off, right? So we're at this 279. I'm going to look to take a little bit off here, right, at $6 on these contracts, and then see if we can keep getting a bit more pop. But just keep locking in some profit, right? Keep locking in some profit. We're in great shape here, right? No need to get greedy. We'll just keep stacking them up. Well done, everyone. Well done. Stop loss still going to be that. I'm going to push it up a little bit, right? It's going to be 540 on the remainder of my position. Let's go, though, everyone. Let's go. Anyone else catch this? Any members? All right, guys, me close to a stop loss here, right? So me close to the stop loss, right? 540 is the stop. Right? We want to survive, but we don't want to give back, right? So fine line there. All right, surviving for now. Let's see if this thing will run. All right, that's me. Oh, I got a few fills. All right, I'm out. Nice. You out, Magnus? Yeah? Nice work, guys. Nice work. So, for those of you who aren't DTR members, it's like this day in, day out, right? So if you want to join, we got a couple spots left still at that discounted price. Waiting until those fill out, and then going to be capping membership for a little bit. So if you guys want to join, right, got a few spots left. You can join at www.dtrtrading.com. We trade like this day in, day out. Don't always catch trades in the opening 30 minutes. For those situations, right, we have a private Discord and send out alerts. So if you can't tune into the stream, right, all the time, you know when to outside of that sort of initial morning impact. But we'd love to see you guys in the room full time, right? This is what DTR is like all the time. So glad if you guys caught it, right? Welcome to the first DTR Wednesday on a Thursday, and hopefully we can find a few more strong plays. I just didn't think it was going to be fair to do it yesterday, right? Because I didn't expect any action yesterday, right? So I just want to keep things in perspective here, guys, right? Just keep things in context. One 10% win a day, right? Which is 1% on your account a day, right? Is you double your account every 70 days, right? And so there's a lot of rooms and there's a lot of trading services, right, that show you huge, right, 1,000% wins and all this sort of stuff. But that's not reality, right? Because you saw the way this Nvidia moved, right? Let's go, Casey. Let's go. What a monster. Man, I'm jealous. Well done, dude. But just saying, guys, right? Like, you get big wins from a consistent, repeatable process. Don't go chasing lottos, right? Go chasing something that you can repeat, that's consistent, right? That's scalable. That's the easiest way to grow your account, right? At the beginning, right, when you're snowballing, it takes a little bit of time to pick up and start rolling. But right, in 2 months, in 3 months, in 6 months, you're going to be flying, and it's a slow and steady game, right? You don't get that instant validation right away. It's not how this works, right? Because everyone would try to do this. You got to learn how to survive the ups and downs, right? You got to do those sort of things, and right, that's when you're going to take advantage of it. So, like, learn simple, consistent, repeatable habits, and you're going to dominate consistently, right? It's not going to be huge ups, right? Or it's not going to be ups and huge downs. It's going to be consistently building ups, right, with consistently smaller, like, down days. And so that's what we try to teach here, right? I think most members would agree with that, or hopefully they would. And yeah, I think that's right. That's how I was taught to trade, right? When I worked at a fund, this is how you're supposed to. There's this craze that's been started on Twitter and Reddit and stuff, and it's important to not create ourselves unrealistic expectations, right? That make it impossible for us to be happy with a 20% win. Okay, we're getting some pretty good volume here on some of these names, right? Something like this Microsoft, really good, strong, engulfing on volume on this as we're creeping up towards this 335, right? It's still like $1.20 away, right, or whatever it is, or $1.50 away. So we got a little bit of work to do, right? Probably don't want to chase this thing on the initial breakout because our stop loss is going to have to be too big, right? Maybe something like this NVIDIA is going to give us another setup on the 30-minute time frame, right? It's been another really strong candle, right? Incredible volume relative. We talked about already, right? Greater than the 4-hour, right? So really, really impressive volume here so far, to the point where, yeah, it might give us another setup. If we do play this again, though, guys, right? Whatever size I take on this NVIDIA, the sizing is going to be that if I get stopped out, I am not finishing red, right? So whatever size I take here, I'm making sure I don't allow myself take a bigger loss than whatever my green is on that trade. This AMD could be in play as well, right? If it can fill out a little bit more. But really, really impressive volume on the 30. I'd say probably this NVIDIA maybe looks a little bit better, right? I would say maybe looks a little bit better. But both continue to show us signs of strength, right? QQQ looking like a beast, right? But not giving us any chance to really get in here, right? There's no textbook entry. No A plus entry, so we gotta just muck about with some of the other leading names. So happy to do that for now. Apple looks good, but same sort of story as Microsoft, right? Where we're sort of under our area of resistance, right? This 335 zone. If we can get that breakout up and over, right? Same thing with that Apple, right? Trend line needs to get up and over this 135.50, right? So we're getting this increasing volume, good candles, right, into areas of resistance, but where we're going to get that breakout or where we're going to get a possible entry, it's going to make that risk reward unjustifiable, right? So we need to wait to see how these things react to these areas, see if we can get a little bit closer, and then we can look to determine if it's going to be a break and go or a break and hold. So I think for now, right, our best setup here again is probably going to be this NVIDIA. Probably best case scenario is this thing closes above 280, right? Volume is going to be there. Closes above 280 on full body, right, minimal wick, and we can look to catch that next run. For those of you who are still in, congratulations, Casey. You're pushing up on 100%. Congratulations. Well done. Keep crushing it, man. All right, guys. So this time, right, if NVIDIA sets up for us, I'll be looking at the 285 calls. Yeah, 285 calls, and these are going to be half size position, right? It's gonna be a half size position, and then I'll size down, right, depending on how big the stop loss needs to be. But good looking close here, right? Good looking close. Talked about we wanted to see it above 280, see if we can get there. But looking good so far. And I'll be looking at the, like I said, 285 calls here, 285. Yeah, good question. So it was really just the volume, right? The volume profile was the most impressive. So it was so far outside of what sort of average that looked really interesting. I'm gonna be looking for an entry here, guys. Again, here in a second, right above that 280.70. Okay, I am in at 225.9 on those 285 calls. Half size play here, guys. Half size play. So just the volume on this video was so impressive, right? A full body candle on a breakout above all-time highs on outlier volume. Just tells me a lot of momentum, right? Tells me a lot of strength, and so happy to sort of chase that action. Man, that guy's he's so full of shit. Will the company be bigger than Tesla? I don't know. Maybe. Will he delete and retweet 1,000 different opinions in the meantime, and then always find a way to prove himself to be right? 100%. So it's yeah. Yeah, it's. I mean, man, people who delete tweets they're really exhausting to me. They're really exhausting. So far, so good on this Nvidia reentry, though. Here, guys, eh? So far, so good on this Nvidia reentry. Let's see if we can get that next little pop, right, and kind of separate ourselves away from our entry price. But looking good here, right? Looking really, really good. There we go. Just as I asked. Just as I asked. All right. So we're going to look to take a little bit off here again, guys. Going to look to take a little bit off, right, at this 260 mark. Let's go. Let's go. What a day. So this half-size play, guys, already larger than the initial win we took on NVIDIA, right? So sizing is so important, right? Sizing is so important. Let's see if this thing can keep giving us some follow-through, but we are in great shape here, guys. Hope a few of you guys caught this re-entry too. Oh, we're feasting now, guys. We are feasting now. Let's see if this thing can keep rocket shipping up, right? Let's see if this thing can keep rocket shipping up. We're in borderline squeeze here. Let's go. Let's go, Frank. Nice work, man. Do you know what? I'm going to be very proud of your resilience, right? And I'm very proud of your risk management for keeping it run one trade away. So that is... Man, like, very, very happy. That is absolutely textbook. Absolutely textbook. Thank you so much, man. Absolutely love that. Guys, NVIDIA, almost 100% here, right? Let's go. Oh, sorry. I'm miscounting. I'm miscounting. But we are flying here. We are flying. This thing is a monster trade, right? I'm going to take a little bit off here again at this 282. Oh, man. What a day, guys. What a day. Let's go. Okay, stop loss going to be $3 now on my remainder of this position. We're just going to keep letting this thing run, guys. We're going to keep letting this thing run. Taking off about 2/5 of my original position size. Stop loss, $3. Hello. So remember, guys, right? We trade like this day in, day out. So if you want to join GTR Trading full time, join there, right? We got limited spots available at the discounted price. Once we hit that member cap, I'm going to do a trading PC giveaway. And that's going to be a lot of fun. So we're going to keep giving back. We're going to keep stacking up wins. We're going to keep learning great habits. And we're going to hopefully hit 100% on this NVIDIA play. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Right? Guys, simple, repeatable, right? A consistent process gets you big wins. Talked about that this morning, right? This is a monster on NVIDIA because we had a simple, consistent, repeatable process, right? Lock in profit on the way, right? Reduce your risk. Give yourself a lottery ticket where you literally can't lose, right? That's what we're doing. We're just not entering into lottery tickets right off the bat, right? We're putting ourselves in a situation where we can apply our edge, right? And then have ourselves a runner. So let's go, guys, right? Creeping up to 100% on this NVIDIA. Can't ask for much better, right? Can't ask for much better. Well done, Sam. Well done, man. Yeah, I actually got my stop at $3, but I've locked in a lot of profit along the way. So well done, guys. Well done. And yeah, guys, this is as much as I want to help you guys make money, right? I'm going to show you guys all my ideas along the way. Ultimately, right, the best way you're going to learn or the best way you're going to build sustainable habits for yourself is to learn what I do, right? Adapt and then tailor it to your own personality. So that's what I try to help you guys do. Yeah, it's crazy, right? So position management, guys, is so important, and it's the most important thing, right? It's why you can't consistently make money off of a Discord server, right? Off of an alert service. You don't know how to do these sort of things, right? Um, they don't teach you these things. They don't show you these things, and yeah, with options, Sam, I think you're kind of right. We have to do a bit of both, right? Where it's you got to lock in profit and then have like a very conservative trailing stop loss, right? Where you're just like locking in a base, 10% win or 20% win or whatever. All right, guys, I am out as well. What a win. Let's go. What a day. So, yeah, guys, right? I mean, it's position sizing is so important, right? It's what keeps us in the game. What allows us to have winning habits. It's what allows us to have a losing win percentage, but a fat stack portfolio, right? I mean, we don't have a losing percentage here, right? But it allows us to survive red days. Let's go, Rusty. Let's go, man. Guys, this is exactly what I want to hear. Love it. Absolutely love it. Let's keep crushing it, guys. We're going to keep crushing it. I love to see it, guys. I absolutely love to see it, right? Especially after yesterday was a tough day, right? It required so much patience from us. It required so much discipline, and to be rewarded today, right? It feels really good, right? It feels awesome. So I'm stoked we all got to take advantage of this, right? Stoked we caught some action. Now let's make sure we don't give anything away, right? And we actually realize these gains. I'm just gonna say it, guys. Best job in the world. Best job in the world. Nice. Are you a Braves fan? Oh, yo, Rusty, I need your official statement on Henry Ruggs. Yo, welcome, Sam. Welcome, welcome, welcome back, man. Sam, send me a message with your Discord, and I'll get you into the members chat. And welcome to the DTR fam. Glad you're here. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Hopefully we'll keep stacking them up, right? Hopefully we'll keep stacking them up. Perfect. Okay, yeah, yeah, perfect, perfect. So not a bad morning there, everyone, right? Not a bad morning. Well done. See if we can keep finding a little bit more action, right? See if we can keep finding a little bit more action. We are so close to, guys, right? We're so close to getting the most concurrent viewers at all time of all time here, right? We're 14 people away. So if you guys can share it out, right? I'll give away a 1 month sub, right? If we can get to the most people we've ever had here at once. Right, so Apple rejecting at this trend line, right? Kind of what we expected. Let's see if this thing will give us like a bearish engulfing candle, right? Something along those lines. Not sure we're going to get that pace on this here, right? But maybe it'll give us that. Good increasing volume on this QQQ, but I wouldn't say great on any other time frame besides the 5, right? I don't know if I want to chase that up yet. NVIDIA continues to be a rocket ship. I can't get over this thing. So, right, guys, we have to also be pretty conscious of the market conditions here, right? And this is not me saying I don't want to trade. I'm going to still be sticking around. But historically, right, when this VIX opens up, right, sub 20 and then kind of keeps fading, right, we tend to not get that much volatility, right, or we tend to not expect that much volatility here in the afternoon, right? So what that means doesn't mean we're not going to stop looking for setups, right? Setups still might show up any time. But it means that we're not going to be anticipating these mega moves, right? That we can't be anticipating these random bouts of volatility to all of a sudden show up and save our P&L, right? So if we are going to be taking any place here now, rest of this morning, right, rest of this afternoon, we're going to look to size down, right, or play more conservative strike prices to kind of protect ourselves against a little bit of time decay, right? So that's going to be really, really important for us here. Now kind of as we go forward, right, we're only crazily enough, right, only 45 minutes into the trading day, and so hopefully we can maybe find a little bit of joy here still, but we want to make sure that we're not giving away our hard-earned gains today, right, and that we're not expecting this insane continued volatility, right, that we have reasonable expectations for what the rest of this kind of conditions are going to be here today. So for me, right, we're not going to be expecting huge moves, right? I don't know if we're going to find another 100% mover like we did with that NVIDIA. But, you know, maybe we'll find something strong and we're going to focus on just making sure we take a plus. Absolutely, Paco. If something sets up, I'll make sure I send out the alert. Glad you had a great day too, man. Yeah, absolutely. Which one do you want reviewed first? First setup or second? I mean, they're both very similar, so happy to go over them both, right? So maybe I can do a replay here briefly. So yeah, okay, second setup, right? Really, really clear. So if we look at the on the initial 15-min time frame, right? So let's just quickly go, just mark some lines here on the daily before we do anything. So this is previous all-time highs. We're going to make this a dashed yellow line, right, just for context. So previous all-time highs, right, 268.21. And then off this opening bell, right, we get that gap up and go, right? So off the initial morning bell, right, that's what we tried to play on the 5-min too, right? That gap and go essentially strategy where we had that outlier volume, right, and strong candle, and then look to play that strength. We just kind of got shaken out a little bit, right? Like that first setup can be sometimes a little bit noisy, right? First 5-minute time frame can be a little bit noisy. So we got shaken out of that first play. No big deal, right? Took a second attempt at it when it broke out here, and we got that little follow through on that 5-min, right, towards that 273, and then got stopped out. On the 15-min setup, right, it's the exact same concept. We're playing that gap and go, right? Except this time, right, the signal's a little bit stronger because there's a little bit more volume behind it, right? There's a little bit more time behind it. And when we actually look at the opening candles, right, this 15-min candle is actually a little bit stronger. So now we're going to make this our entry line, right, what it was. It's going to be this solid green line, right? So at that solid green line, right, we waited for that little pullback, which you might be able to see here on the 1-min chart. Right, we got that little pullback here, right? And then after that little pullback, we went for our entry here, right? Stop loss, low of entry candle, which was approximately right here. And so, right, looking to enter then on that low of that 15. So outlier volume, right, on this gap and go, right? Most bullish, right? Looks more like a most bullish candle than a second most bullish candle. So we know that there's a ton of strength in this pattern, right? When we see a ton of strength in the pattern, we're expecting really strong volume, right? This volume is mega strong, right? Largest 15-min volume bar in maybe looks like 3 or 4 months, right? So huge outlier volume. Pair that with a strong candle. Look to enter on a breakout of that high, and then look to protect our entry, right? Once we were up 10%. Frank, if you're still in the room, do you mind if I use your comment as a possible like testimonial or possible review? And for members, right? Anyone who wants to have a review, right, featured on the website, please feel free to send me a message on Twitter or Discord. Obviously, the more I can get, the better, right? The more social proof I can get, the better. So yeah, we just tried to play the same concept, right, twice. It just ended up coming off for us on the 15, right? Slightly stronger setup, right? Slightly stronger candle. Obviously stronger volume because there's more behind it. And so we're happy to take that play all day long, right? And what was really good about the 15-min setup, right, is QQQ looked the same. What we struggled with a little bit, I think, with this that NVIDIA went off this initial morning bell is QQQ opened red. That opening 5-min was red, so that created a little bit maybe of molasses in the setup, right? Created a little bit of indecision from buyers wanting to jump in it and push that first entry. So maybe we should have waited a little bit, but all in all, pretty happy with our risk management there anyway. And maybe a trade that's that initial one, right? That first one we lost money on. It's an easy one to talk yourself out of in hindsight, I think. No, I trade both sides, right? I go calls and puts. But I mean, the best thing is, I mean, I was like, trying to find the path of least resistance, right, and just trade that. So when you're at all-time highs, right, you got no upper resistance. It's like you're trading into a gap fill all the time. So I mean, I'll take that, right? That's an easier trade than trading like a reversal or something like that. But yeah, no, I try to. You have to be a flexible trader, right? We have to be able to trade both sides. We have to be able to, yeah, to be able to trade all conditions, right? And so yeah, I actually would probably even argue that I catch bigger winners to the downside, maybe. Or at least it feels like that sometimes. But no, definitely trade calls and puts. Like the fund I worked at was a long short fund, and so that's my bias too, right? Like I'm a scalper, and so a scalper by nature, right, means that I can be super flexible with my trading plan, right? I can adapt it day to day. I don't have to have a long term bias. I can just adapt to the price action in front of me, and I think that gives me the best chance of yeah, making a sustaining a consistent income in this game. Cheers. Yeah. I mean, I'd rather shorting. It's more fun. But yeah, we have to be flexible, right? We have to be able to trade both ways. But I do find myself often when yeah, markets flushing and markets like really punishing people. I feel like sometimes that's when DTR has its best days. QQQ might be giving us a chance here. If this thing can fill out right in the next minute and a half, right, it looks like it has a chance to go increasing on volume. Apple, no thanks. Tesla, no thanks. Microsoft, maybe, right, holding. I probably want to see this on the 15, right? Holding on the 15, new all-time highs on increasing volume, right? Outlier, well above average, right? Nice hammer. This thing could be setting up here. Microsoft might be one I want to take a look at here over the next few minutes. Remember, guys, right? Going to be sizing down here on any play. Nothing big here, nothing crazy. Let's be honest, right? I mean, at least for myself here, I'm having a 3.7% day, right? Very, very happy with that, right? Um, so the reality is, if I take another trade, right, and I have another big win, it's not going to make me feel that much better, right? It's not going to make me feel that much better than what this day is. This is like 1 week's of performance, right, in one day. So instead of that, right, I want to make sure that I'm not giving it away, right? Because giving away all this profit now, it's going to make me feel 1,000 times worse than turning this into a 5% day, right, is going to make me feel better. So making sure that I'm sizing down, right, protecting my mental capital as well as my official capital, and then right? Let's see if this thing can kind of give us another little run, right? If we get that nice pop, we're going to have some joy, but let's not force anything. Yeah, so good question, Caleb. The book that I recommend the most and helps people the most is Trading in the Zone. I find that to be a really helpful book. But truth be told, man, I learned all this, right, by working at a fund, right? So my first job out of school, actually when I was still in school, right, was to start trading at a fund. And then everything else was kind of taught there. Sorry, guys, I'm just looking at these Microsoft calls here, right? Gonna look at the 335s. We can get that breakout over 336. So sorry, I'm trying to get my entry here. Not in yet, right? Not in yet. I was just putting together that alert. So we're gonna look to see if we can get an entry 3608 here, guys. If we can get an entry 3608, we'll be looking at. But Caleb, when I started trading, right, I got sat down next to a senior trader and I worked with him, right. I pestered him with questions. I basically ruined his life for 6 months with how annoying I was, and that was basically how I was taught to trade, and it was super effective. I saw everything he was doing. I saw his ideas. I could ask questions. I was peering over his shoulder the whole time, and I think that's the best way of learning how to trade. And it's kind of the service I try to provide. And then on top of that, right, not to make it like it's all about for you guys, right, because it's not. I'm the type of person I learn best when I teach. That's kind of my learning style. That's how I improve. And so running DTR, running this, yeah, right. Running this room right helps me keep improving, right? Keeps me going forward, and I find that very, yeah, I find that really fun. So yeah, I think members will say, right? I don't think I've ignored any questions before. I don't think I'll ever do it. Like I said, right? Every time you guys ask a question, ask me a question, it reinforces what I know, right? Reinforces my learning, so it makes me a better trader every single time. That's it, right? Simple as that. So sometimes, yeah, right. Sometimes questions can be annoying, right? Always, but a day later, when I think back on it, right, I'm always happy. So DMs are always open for you guys. DMs are always open. Say this Microsoft setup is dead, guys. Right? I would say it's dead. Too much of a sell off there. Wow, what a recovery! Dude, Nvidia's a psychopath today. What a beast. in the I don't want to toot the services too much here, right? But if we go members Discord, I don't know if you guys can see this. There is a tab here, right, called Trading Books. And inside here is a Google Drive, right, with basically every book you could possibly ever imagine that you'd ever want, right, trading-wise. So if you ever are bored and want to read through, right, you can just go on the Discord, right, download the PDF and read it out. So there's a ton of resources here, guys, right, ton of resources, whatever you want. And realistically, right, the people who are most successful in life in general, right, not just trading, they're self-motivated individuals, right? They get their brain ticket, or they get their idea from something, and it gets them down like a rabbit hole, or it gets them down something, and they learn how they can apply it to their own ideas, right? And so that's what I want to help encourage here as much as possible, and I'm really excited when I see members doing that. It's awesome. No, I didn't get an entry, right? So it gave us a little run here at the peak, but couldn't get an entry. So as I was actually typing out the alert, right, it gave us a little breakout and then pop back. So maybe it's going to consolidate and go, or on the 15, right, give us a low vol pullback. But it looks like it might have been a false one back. Oh, apologies. I think I responded in the chat that it was dead, but I didn't alert that though. Yeah, perfect, perfect. Oh yeah, yeah. Sure. Let's take a look at Facebook. Sorry, Caleb, missed that. Looks okay, right? This looks okay. I'd like to see, maybe would have liked to see this been a little bit of a stronger candle. Like on the hourly, right? This doesn't look that good. So maybe this will be one for the afternoon, right? If it can kind of consolidate here a little bit, right? Maybe make a bit of a wedge or something like that. Something like, consolidate in here. Kind of the way, if we go 30 session breaks, right? The kind of the way SPY looked yesterday, right? Hard to say on the 30 time frame, but you kind of want like maybe like, this kind of consolidation here, right? Something like that on this Facebook. A touch here, right? Maybe another touch, and then it can break out, because I hate this rejection, right? I hate this sort of lack of momentum, or sort of lack of strength, right? As it showed us that breakout. So because of that, right? I think it needs to maybe reset a little bit. So like I said, that gap, yeah, like that gap is really tempting. But we've rejected our first try into it, essentially, by the looks of it. So that gives me a little bit of pause, right? So yeah, that red line, if you can see, right, it kind of broke up and in a little bit, but then just couldn't sustain momentum in there. And so that tells me, that it's still being defended pretty aggressively, maybe not quite ready yet. If they can consolidate for the afternoon, right, then give us an inside bar a little bit closer, that could be a really interesting setup. So yeah, always try to scroll out to the left, right? Oftentimes, right, the most often reason I see, right, trades fail or technical analysis fail, right, is people don't look far enough to the left, right? So October 18th, if you're on maybe the shorter time frame, maybe easy to miss, but we got into the gap a little bit, right? You can maybe make the argument that we filled most of it, but just couldn't give you that sustained pressure, right? And it would have been nice if you got that sustained pressure, because then here you've got a lot of evidence of dip buyers, and it would maybe fly at that point. But just one of those things for now. Right? If for whatever reason, right, if we get this breakout or this thing goes up and over and can close, above this area of resistance, right, where we previously got stuck on building increasing momentum, Okay, then we can start to talk about maybe looking for entries. Hey, welcome, man. Hey, congratulations. Thank you for joining. Send me if you join the Discord, right? There should be a link on the website or in the welcome email. Join the Discord and then send me a message, and I will add you into the private Discord, the members only Discord. Welcome to the family. Yeah, excited to have you here, Caleb. Excited to have you. So sitting on hands here a little bit now, everyone, right? Not seeing anything that's screaming out particularly obvious here yet. Um, Maybe something like this Microsoft, but I think we need a little bit stronger volume than this, right? At least greater than this 1035 candle. Not sure if we're going to get there on it. QQQ continues to show us signs of strength, right? But I don't think this is going to get to outlier. Has a chance, but I'm not sure if it's going to quite get there. QQQ is tempting here, very tempting. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know if we can go straight up though forever. That's my only concern, right? Maybe there's short-term momentum burst, but maybe not enough. All right, a little pop. I wouldn't say that's convincingly over though. I'm gonna have to talk myself out of this, guys. I'm gonna have to talk myself out of this. I think this QQQ looks good, right? But it's not A plus. It's maybe a B minus, right? B setup. I think we could do a little bit better than this, so I'm gonna stay away personally. quite the rejection there from Microsoft at the moment. SPY not there for us, right? QQQ not there for us. So now we're kind of in wait and see mode here, guys, right? Now we're in wait and see mode. We're still going to stick around for a little bit here before lunch, but we're in wait and see mode. We're not anticipating much volatility here now, right? We're anticipating kind of quieter, more calm conditions, right? So if you're not, don't go overextending yourself on things today, right? Or chasing size that isn't there. Let's see if we can keep stacking them up, right? And we're having a great day, so we don't need to force anything, right? Let's just keep stacking them up nice and consistently, right? Slow and steady wins the race for us, guys, right? Slow and steady wins the race. So nothing quite here for us yet, guys, right? Nothing quite here yet for us. I'm going to be really patient, right, going into this afternoon period now. Don't want to give anything away. Pretty happy with the way that things have gone so far. So not going to give anything away, right? That's priority number one. Hopefully we can find maybe a setup or two in the afternoon, but I'm starting to think like we're probably not going to get something here rest of this morning. Still going to stick around here for a little bit, but going to start making myself some like a late breakfast, early lunch. So if you guys have any questions, right, pop in the chat. I'll be sticking around and watching my computer and stuff. But just yeah, we'll be in the kitchen every now and then. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, right, pop them in. Anything you're looking at, right, pop it in, and we will go over it. So Apple, right, starting to reject off of that trend line here. If this thing can give us really, really strong volume, it's gonna be hard to do, right? It's gonna be hard to do, but we can get really good volume, right? Greater than that 10 a.m. volume. Maybe we have a chance for some Apple puts here. All right, could have a chance. We'll watch this for the next 12 minutes or so. Creeping up towards 292, huh? It's got some work still, maybe volume wise, a little bit of work. This Apple for me is the most tempting here at the moment, right? Still needs to set up a little bit, needs a little bit of work. But indexes are starting to go red, right? I don't want to be going long NVIDIA if the indexes are selling off. I think that's going to be a bit challenging. So if we can get this weakness, right, engulfing on volume, kind of that 10 o'clock candle size there, right, on Apple, there could be some puts here. But again, we need to hold out for another 8 minutes or so. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on this, right? This volume's creeping up really well. So let's see how this thing closes, right? Our idea basically was a rejection of this trend line, right? Pattern rejection, plus strong volume, plus strong candle. So if we're certainly getting close to that, right? Strong looking candle, strong volume for now. Still needs a little bit of work to do, but looking pretty good. So let's see how this candle shapes up, right? See if we can get this thing to be kind of a full body. If so, we'll be looking at some Apple puts, probably like 150 puts, something like that. But not quite there yet. Still got 5 minutes or so. So hopefully it'll set up for us, but just watching it for now. So depending on how this Apple closes, I don't know about you guys, right? To me, right, these look like very similar patterns, right, or very similar price action days here so far, right, at this trend line rejection. So we had kind of, I would say, very similar looking, right, little like top heavy fake out, right, and then a little bit of continuation towards the trend line, right, followed up by a high volume red bar, right, a relative inside bar or consolidation, right, then a breakdown. So, I mean, maybe you guys want to give me a second pair of eyes here, but not crazy in thinking, right, that they look very similar. Doesn't seem to, I mean, in this case, right, didn't give us really any follow through to the upside. What it is, I think, is going to mean, though, right, is we need to be very, very disciplined on what kind of candle we choose to accept here. Is anything that looks like it's this kind of wick, right, buyers defending, uh, I'm always going to assume, right, that the chart's going to do something it's already done until proven otherwise, right? So if it's going to give us that same looking now dip here, I'm not going to chase this down. I can't. I can't. So we'll keep an eye on that, right? But it also means, as is, right, that this is not a very good dip opportunity either, right? Because the last time it didn't, we didn't get that big follow through. So maybe we're getting a little bit of a clue here that this isn't going to be a very clean entry. All right. Yeah, I would say that's too similar, I would say. Too similar. It's like this candle, this candle, this candle, this candle, this candle, this candle. And then this one. So, yeah. Feel very, yeah, I can't chase this action here, guys. I cannot chase this action. So I reckon that's probably going to be it here for me for lunch. This NVIDIA gave back some of that volume, never just sustained. It couldn't hold. So I think that's probably going to be me it for lunch. I'm not going to chase this down. Oh, mind. Watch QQQ here. This is interesting. Thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm just trying to see where the risk reward is, right? How big of a stop we need. Trying to do a little bit of some calculation here first, if it's justifiable. Right, bit of a fake out here. Good increasing volume. Right, it looks good on the 30. 15 min, good increasing volume as well, right? Hammer rejection, increasing volume rejection, right? Full body outlier volume, right? Confirmation candle. So has some potential, but this is moving maybe more right than you'd like. The risk reward certainly is justifiable, right? But the sizing is going to be pretty small here. So, say we're looking at the 395 puts, right? You're looking at a, I don't know, 30% stop loss, give or take. Yeah, so losing VWAP on increasing volume, right? Good setup if they can break down. Right, for me, it just looks like a hammer, right? Bearish engulfing candle, right? Bearish engulfing on volume. Bigger volume than you'd expect for this time of day, right? Pretty impressive volume bar. So maybe there's something there. We'll have to keep an eye on this 5-min volume, though. I don't want this getting bigger. That would be too much buying support. And that Apple pattern, right, we were talking about here, that would suggest, right, or would certainly indicate that maybe we're looking at sort of, yeah, slowly kind of chopping about, right? Apple's going to be one of the largest players in this, in QQQ, right? It's going to be one of the largest holdings, I think second largest holding. So if this thing is struggling to break down, right, QQQ is going to struggle to break down. Hey, Sharon. Yeah, man, we're having a great trading day here so far. I've been playing NVIDIA, and we've had, yeah, 2 for 3, right? Two really, really nice wins. 3.7% day. No complaints. How's your day going so far? I am interested in this QQQ here, guys, right? 395 puts. Pretty small size, right? Not going to go full size on this play. It's going to be a like 1/3 max position size, right? It requires a decent size stop, 60%. Sorry, 60 cents. Sorry, 60-cent stop, about a 30% stop loss. And so I'm going pretty decent size. Sorry, pretty small size, right? On this objective is to not give anything away, right? Or to make sure we don't give away any of the hard-earned gains we've had so far today. So let's see if we can get this thing to give us a little bit of a breakdown, right? I like the profile, looks pretty good. Held up okay on the 5, right? Volume held up okay on the 5. So maybe we have a chance for it now. Under 395.90, right? So let's wait for that round number to break, right? That psychological level to break down, and then we can look to enter, right? We're going on pretty small size. We've got good enough risk reward here to still justify, right? We've got $2 reward, right, for 65-cent risk, give or take, right? So the risk reward is certainly justifiable. So we can be pretty patient, right, waiting for an entry. Our size is gonna be pretty small, right? This is gonna be about a 1/3 max of your max position size, right? Something along those lines. So not giving this a huge like chunk to go, right? Not gonna let this be like a make or break trade. Yeah, small caps I don't want to put too much stock into though. But it looks like a similar setup. So still watching, right? Still watching. Tesla filled its gap to the downside, but faked out then right after. We're starting to lose a little bit of confidence that this QQQ is going to set up. Or at least that's going to trigger, right? We already have this set up. It's waiting for the trigger, but... Yeah, I don't like that very much, right? Higher high there. I don't know if I want that. Trying to feel like this Apple, right? These two looking so similar at this trend line touch. It's right, or like that, in that trend line zone. Maybe that's what's preventing QQQ for giving us that clean right break. We're also running up into that lunch period, right? So we know volume's going to disappear here in a second, and I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that sucker getting crushed on premiums, right? While market makers are out to lunch, literally, right? So I reckon that's probably going to be it here, guys. Right? Going to call that for the morning. We'll see if something sets up here for the afternoon, but I'm going to call it for lunch. So I'll be back around 1:30 like always. For those of you, right, who are DTR guests and joined us for the first time, guys, that was an absolute blast this morning, right? Almost 100% there on that NVIDIA. Traded it a couple times, right? Locked in a really, really nice win. So really, really well done, guys. Congratulations on catching that. For those who want to join, right, we got a few spots left at that discounted price. Snap them up before they disappear. Once we get to that 25, going to give away a trading computer, right, custom built trading rig, and then cap membership there for a little bit. So let's see if we can get up there ASAP and keep doing well. But otherwise, guys, right, going to be back for 1:30, and we'll get back to crushing it then. So in the meantime, guys, if you have any questions, right, or anything like that, send me a message over DMs, and I'll get back to you as soon as I see it. All right, here, guys, back from lunch. So yeah, good volume pop there on Q. Needs to break out up and over this all-time high though now, right? Whatever that number is, it looks like it's there. There's no point chasing up towards that high, right? Risk reward's just not going to be justifiable. Holy shit. Whoa. Man, yeah, I was just looking at what my Nvidia calls would have been at. Holy smokes. Crazy. What a beast. So, okay, I think this Tesla's going to give us a potential opportunity here too, right? Really tight consolidation all day long. You know, we've finally gotten a little bit of compression here in some of these shorter BB bands. Maybe we can finally get a bit of a breakout right today. Maybe it just needs a consolidation day, right? A little bit of time after the run it's had. But I don't know. This thing still looks like it has some potential, right? Feels like it still has some potential. Right, QQQ I still like if this thing can go. Maybe like to see maybe a bit more volume. Good increasing so far on the 15, but need to get it to be outlier volume, right? Probably want something happening a little bit closer towards power hour, right? So we're still kind of in that launch period here, right? We're kind of treating this time frame or this session here kind of like it's a pre-market or after hours trading, right? We don't really want to get involved. We just kind of want to see how price action is behaving. And then we want to get back in, right, once the volume steps in. So we don't want to anticipate momentum, right? We want to enter after momentum has shown up. So for now, right, we don't particularly have any evidence of that, right? Right, something like this NVIDIA, incredible, but, right, previous candle, not exactly telling us that full body strength, right? So we're going to see maybe if one of these names wants to give us something. Right, like QQQ I think is probably our best bet, or Tesla, and then hopefully maybe Microsoft too. So, right, all three of those look like they have some potential, right, for something this afternoon, but let's not force it, right? Maybe NVIDIA will give us another entry, who knows? But we're going to be pretty patient, right, and pretty disciplined here. Got no reason to chase any action or no reason to give anything away, right? It's been a fantastic morning here for us, so let's not force anything, right? So until then, guys, right, we're going to be really patient, really disciplined. Let's see what's going to set up. yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on QQQ. Obviously, I've got all the other sort of charts in front of me here on different screens. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, right, in the meantime, let's go over it. When things start setting up here, right, we're gonna make sure that right that we're making we're not compromising our process, right? That we're not changing anything here all of a sudden. We're just gonna keep stacking up and doing what we're doing. But our objective here now this afternoon, right, is to protect what we've earned, right, of what we made today. So we'll be sizing our plays down here if something does set up. Yeah, so I'm happy to go over what I do here. So I have a bunch of watch lists here, right, or kind of separated by like sectors or kind of various other criteria. And then I kind of have like 70 or so names that are sort of in the more watch more consistently list, right? And then I have a list of names that historically have volume greater than 2 million. So they don't always get there, right? But that over the 30-day average is 2 million. And then, right, if I'm not getting any setups in my core names, I'll sort by volume traded, right, what the most active are, and see if I can find that relative strength, right? The reason I care about high volume is a couple reasons, right? We care about momentum. I mean, that's really important, right? So it makes it easier to be right if you have a lot of people behind your idea. So certainly that's one part. But the other part is, right, that you deal with more consistent execution, right? You don't deal with any slippage. You don't have to deal with any inconsistent pricing. You don't have to deal with bad option spreads. None of that kind of stuff, right? And so when you start to scale up in size and you start to trade, bigger volume than a couple shares or a couple contracts, that kind of stuff becomes really important, especially when we're scalping. If the spread is 5 or 6% or 10%, maybe you have to move 30 cents or 50 cents, right, before you're back to scratch. And as scalpers, right, that's a tough spot to be in. So we want to make sure that we're only really sticking to the most highest volume names, right? In general, I pretty much mostly trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, right? That's my core 5. And then every now and then, right, we'll dabble in kind of the flavor of the month. Caleb, I'm not sure if you use TradingView as your charting software, but they have a like watch list creator tool that you can do that exact same sort. So, right, you just go to your screener, right, stock screener, and then I just do volume leaders, right? Sort by volume. Normally 30-day volume, right, and 30-day average volume, and just export that all to one list. And then I have, a bunch of other names too. Yeah. Can't remember how to. Let's see. Yeah, we need volume here though, right? So because the volume in this run up is pretty thin, we're not going to chase this breakout, right? Because we don't have real conviction here yet that this is building momentum. So let's get this thing to break out and hold above sort of this previous area, right? This 336.20. This thing can hold here, right, on increasing volume, right? Volume above average. Good pace so far, right? Certainly looks like it's going to be a good pace. Then we're going to have a clean entry, right? We're at all-time highs here. We don't need to be in a rush. So let's wait for this thing to set up, right? We've got plenty of time. Nice consolidation. Let's see if this thing wants to give us a clean entry, right? We don't need to be first, just need to be correct. Right, so we need increasing volume, full body close, right? So far we have not had that full body close above our area of resistance, right? Not if we're expecting a sign of strength, right? If we're expecting Microsoft to be strong, we should be able to close over the previous high of day, right? So previous high of day we should be closing above that, right? If we're close, we should be getting that increasing volume, okay, which we are. We should be getting a full body, right, or normal body candle. Kind of, right? We're kind of there. So it's not quite perfect. So we're getting like 2 out of 3, right? Maybe of the signs of strength that we'd like to get here on this Microsoft 5 min, right? So no reason for us to get in, right? 2 out of 3 is not perfect. That's 66%, right? That's not an A+ setup. So we need to stay away from this for now, right? So we're going to wait for this, right, on a longer time frame. We're not going to get above average volume on the 15, right? We're not going to get that outlier volume. So we need to wait for it to set up for us on the 30, right? We need that signal to be reliable and strong for us. Otherwise, we're going to get ourselves whipsawed. If the trade is strong, right, it's going to run. If the strength is there, right, this trade's going to give us more follow through up and over. We can be very patient, right, with this entry. We're still within sort of that lunchtime period as well, right? So nothing to force here yet, right? For now, it's just a setup. We don't have confirmation. QQQ, right? Very similar looking setup to Microsoft, where it's giving you kind of that like pseudo cup and handle almost breakout, right? Something like that. Same concept, right? We want to see this thing break out and hold on increasing volume. Now, we're 15 minutes in. Pace looks pretty good so far, but not above average yet. So that's really the only thing that's holding us back here, guys, right? It's just not outlier volume here. And so we need that extra little sign of strength, especially over that lunchtime period. No, Casey. We're still waiting for this thing to give us that confirmation, right? Volume just never got quite strong enough there on the 5, right? With that strong enough candle profile on this run up. So we need to wait on the 15, right? On the 15, didn't quite give us that volume that was strong enough. So we're waiting to see if this thing will give us that outlier volume on the 30 min, right? Same story here with QQQ. So we're trying to see if either of these will set up for us. Right, guys. So this lack of momentum that we saw, right? That lack of uh, like consistent strength that we were seeing, right, from Microsoft. We're not surprised to see that fake out, right? This is not a surprising outcome here at the moment. So let's see if this thing can fill out. Volume pace looks to be pretty good. So if it can fill out, right, if we can get that signal strength, then we're gonna have a chance here. For now, right, we just gotta watch. Same story with Q, right? Maybe the volume profile is a little bit further behind, potentially, right, to average. But that's maybe we're picking at hairs there a little bit. So let's see if something will set up here for us. I mean, you could theoretically make that argument, right? What we want to do is we want to see that support, right, or that resistance turn into support and hold on the 30 min, right? So we weren't satisfied with what it was showing us there on the 5, right, or what the run up was like on the 5 or the shorter time frame. So we want to apply that same standard now to the 30. If we get that, then I would say we make that we can make that argument. But I don't think that volume is going to get there where we want on QQQ. At least with Microsoft, right, we have a chance to get to that outlier volume if this candle can fill out. But for now, right, these don't look like these are moves that are backed up with much momentum yet. Microsoft's close, right? I would say this candle, it's right on the border. It's like right on the cusp. of what we like, right? I think if we're really going to be picky about it, and I think we should be, I would say that this arrow, right, this top pressure here, this selling pressure, is greater than the dip buying pressure that we're seeing, right? Couple with, okay, we're touching average, but we're not really exceeding it, right? Pair that up with QQQ really not giving us that same momentum that we're looking for. I think we need to stay away from this for now. So, quite the rejection, right? Quite the rejection. Yeah, hey Paco. So we're looking, right? We're seeing if something's going to set up for us. We were looking at some Microsoft and QQQs there, but they never quite got good enough. Right? We're still anticipating maybe a relatively quiet afternoon, right? VIX hanging out sub 16. It has climbed though, right? VIX has climbed quite a bit here. Went from like 14 spot 4 to like almost 16, right? 15 spot 97. So certainly have gone up, right? Fear has creeped in a little bit, but I wouldn't say we're expecting a ton more volatility here yet. No, right. Well, maybe, right? Maybe. It's a tough rejection to want to play, though. If we can get, maybe we can supersede this 30 min volume and get to the outlier volume back on the 30. I could be interested, but I think we don't want to get too confused with these short-term signals. We're going to get maybe a little bit of chop or a little bit of that, and these short-term or these like 5 min pops right within context aren't particularly creating these big volume moves yet. So I want to get maybe a little bit more volume on this longer time frame, and then we can look to the we can start to trust the shorter signals a little bit more. All right, guys. So I just want to give you guys all a heads up here, right? Heads up. I mentioned this previously. Figured now is as good as time as any to officially announce it. I'm going to be doing another member appreciation giveaway here. Contest is now live. This one's going to be a little bit different than what we've done here so far. We're going to give away a trading PC or cash equivalent, right, valued at 5K USD. So if you are a current member, you are already entered in. We're going to give away the PC right once we get the room up to 40 people. Once we reach that membership cap, I will give it away. Like I said, right, if you're already a current member, you are automatically entered. If you have any friends who are interested in joining, right, or whatever, and you want to incentivize them, this could be a way of doing that. You have a 1 in 40 chance of winning 5K PC or the cash equivalent. So for those of you who are interested in the contest that I mentioned, right, it's available to everyone who becomes a member. So if you're interested in joining, right, join now or forever hold your peace. So right, Apple, right, didn't quite get to engulfing on volume, right? Not quite there. Good candle, but candle and volume, right, aren't telling us that same story. So staying away, right? Good increasing volume again there on QQQ, but not outlier volume. So need to stay away again, right? Maybe we have to wait another little bit. Microsoft looks like a low vol pullback there on the 30 min, but not quite ready for a sustained move over all time highs. So for now, guys, right, I think we need to continue to remain patient, right? Sort of what we expected to occur pre-market has sort of been happening here this morning, right? Where uh, we had a little bit of volatility, had quite a bit of action this morning, right? Caught ourselves a great win on Nvidia, right? A couple great wins on Nvidia, and then things sort of slowed down. So we're kind of at that stage here now. We'll see if something else sets up here, but again, right? Do not want to force anything. Do not want to give anything away. Let's make sure that we just keep stacking up positive results. Yeah, it's been like this unfortunately for a little bit here, Sam, but it's the way it goes sometimes, right? We seem to get, I would say, like 90% of the plays, right, of our plays, sort of in that first hour and a half of the day. Outside of that, you can get a little bit slow, a little bit boring, a little bit sticky, especially at the moment. Dude, this thing is nuts. What? What a squeeze. Yeah, same here, Casey. Yeah, those 285s would have been up like 1,400%. So, something crazy like that. Crazy. Crazy. Now, I'm pretty happy with how we traded that regardless, right? But, things like that, it's a little bit of luck to catch something like that. So again, right, this volume pace on Nvidia is astonishing. Honestly, um, it's crazy. With a, I'm trying to like sanity wise, right? Like how much higher can this thing go, right? Obviously, things can go higher than we expect, but this is a mega move again, right? I imagine these calls are going to start to get very expensive here too, right? IV wise, right? They might start to creep up a little bit. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So that IV's above 100 now. That's pretty aggressive. Yeah, yeah. I think when we played them this morning, they were 14% IV. Right, guys, it's going to be really important, right? One sec. Yeah, this is pretty aggressive now, huh? It's gonna be a lot of profit taking, I reckon, here at this point, right? Like, this move is so extended, so extended. Yeah, it's just unpredictable, right? And like, we don't need to be greedy either. I think that's really important. There's always gonna be another setup. There's always gonna be another one that's gonna run. So it's okay if we don't catch, right? If we don't catch the very top and the very bottom of every trade, right? That's a process of a little bit of luck, right? Like it's not. Yeah, exactly, right. That's exactly what that is, Casey. That's a punishment for those who chased. Spot on, right? So it's a little bit unpredictable. It can be a bit challenging for sure, but hey, we can't complain with our action today, right? We don't need to be greedy. We don't need to chase this. This game really, really hurts you, right? When you're unable to know when to stay away. So to me, right, like what we need to be kind of conscious of with this Tesla is Tesla basically short squeezed here, right? Over yeah, for sure, Rusty, right? That's a super common thing. People's biggest trading losses tend to happen right after or like a day or two after their biggest trading wins, right? Because you get that euphoria, you think you can do no wrong, whatever, and you get crushed. But with this Tesla, right, it basically had a short squeeze here since its earnings, right? Like it went from being a $900 stock to a $1,200 stock, right, in like a week, maybe 10 days. So it's an incredible move. This thing has been an absolute monster. So I think it probably now needs a little bit of time to consolidate, right? And so something like this doji isn't, yeah. Oh, dude, the market will crush you if you get too cocky. Yeah, that's what's so hard about this, right? Like the market rewards you for behaviors that are contrary to what normally gets behaved for humans, right? So it's funny how that works, right? It punishes you for doing things that are like we're naturally wired to do. But yeah, sorry, back to this Tesla, right? So it's had a really big breakout here for a while. It really needs to go. Yeah, so yeah, one sec, Rusty. So with this Tesla, right, it needs to consolidate a little bit. I'm not too worried about this doji for now. I think we've probably seen highs short term, at least for another couple days, because like we're running out of momentum, right? We're making less and less convincing higher highs, right? So it's starting to feel like it's maybe starting to run out of juice a bit. But after such a big move, right, you're going to see a little bit of a pullback, and it's going to be interesting to see where we find support. So I think we need to see that first happen on Tesla before we get that next like decent leg. I'm hopeful you can find support around that 1100 mark, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So, I mean, look, a short squeeze is kind of it's. I'm being very lazy when I use that term in describing some of this price action here. And what I mean by that is we're at all-time highs, right? When we break out into all-time highs, no one who's a long-term buyer has a reason to sell, right? Everyone is profitable. So if everyone is profitable, right, that means that there's very limited amount of shares, right, getting redistributed into the market. And so there's no sellers, right? If there's no sellers, right, that demand's going to get eaten up really quickly. And so it's going to kind of squeeze price up, right? Because then if you are a seller, you can essentially name your price and really push people out, right? On stuff like this, right, like these days, I think we're going to be pretty hard, at least in these large caps, right? It's really hard to find, right? It's really hard to find short squeezes in something like this Tesla, right? Traditional ones where it's literally people are shorting the stock are trapped, and every time they exit out, right, they get crushed. But stuff like this Tesla, right, or stuff like Apple or QQQ, when we get these all-time high breakouts, there's a very limited amount of people who are really interested in getting out at that point, and so the available supply just can really dry up. So that's kind of what I mean by Tesla's in squeeze mode, where it's you're just not seeing anyone relieve their positions, and so that creates like an artificial squeeze. So it was like the same thing happened with that Nvidia today, right? It's that same concept, and because there's no one here, right, you can just really eat up that real estate really quick, and especially now with options, right? Options can create a bit of like it's called a gamma squeeze or something like that, and really push the price up. So it's kind of like a mix of those concepts. I think of the way we saw a short squeeze in GME, right? It's basically impossible in something like these mega large caps, right? But you can still get those in small caps, right? But yeah, when we get these large cap names, it's usually a slightly different. It's like the cousin of it, if you know what I mean. I'm glad you enjoyed that. You said you're taking the day off tomorrow, right? Any specific plans? Right, right. My bad, my bad. Man, it's so sad. Coach O ain't what he used to be. I love Coach O. Yeah, dude, that's bucket list right there. That's a sports bucket list item. And like that LSU team was so lovable. But I think that's like mostly just Joe Burrow just being Joe Burrow. Yeah, you ever seen him running? I don't know if you read the Athletic article about his downfall, but apparently he was bringing his baby mamas to practice. Do you think he retires, or does he go like full Urban Meyer and just open up a bar and just wear his like LSU pullover and sit on stools? Yeah, he's a rich man now, huh? And he never has to buy a drink again. I'm sure in the state of Louisiana. Oh man, yeah. That's I'm Canadian, right? And I went to school in England. I didn't go to school in North America, but man, I feel like I missed out a lot by not going to like a sports heavy college, American college. Seems like just the most incredible experience. Yeah, dude, I can only imagine. I'm gonna Google some now. Give me a sec. They're like like the Forrest Gump house. Yeah, I have no idea what that means. I just googled Alabama fraternity row. They're like these like massive like brick buildings with like huge columns, like super long walkways, that kind of stuff. feel like shut down the room, go back to school. Like this is where my rent money goes. Like this is how much I gotta pay. So that was like my uh, biggest moment. I realized I was living abroad. So uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't think most people in America charge, or like when you look at rent for places, right? Everything's done like here in Canada, right, and in the States, it's all done like per month, right? So like your rent's gonna be, I don't know, 1,500 a month or 2,000 a month or whatever. Well, in the UK or in Europe, they do everything per week. So I remember, yeah, like first week trying to find my own place or whatever. I'm looking at spots and everything's like 600. I was like, oh, like wow, I get something really nice, like fantastic budget, and it's like 600 per week or like 1,000 per week. I was like, oh my gosh, like I'm not in Kansas anymore. Like this world is expensive. Let's see here. They seem to be on the ninth. November 9th. You might have it ticked, or you might not. Um, Try to set it up so on your daily it has events. So it'll show you like stock splits or dividends or when earnings come out. Because then you'll have a really good understanding, or um, you'll start to notice patterns around those sort of events. think we're probably not going to catch anything here, Sam. Right? I don't see anything that's given us that right combination of volume and candles. Right? So things have kind of gotten stuck, right? Or sort of consolidated outside of this initial morning, right? This, say, afternoon range, right, has been $1.30, right? But most of it's been about $1 over the last, say, 3 hours. So we're kind of stuck. I don't know if we're, I just don't know if it's worth forcing anything here anyway. So pretty happy to stay on the sidelines. I personally don't think I'm going to take any further trades here, guys, right? Just as fair warning. Sorry about that. So, do you guys have any questions about any of today's action, right? About any of the trades we took, any of the setups we were looking at, why we took NVIDIA over something else, why we avoided some of these fake outs here in the afternoon. Happy to go over some of that action here. Otherwise, going to be calling it a day pretty soon. Yeah, good question. So it really depends on a couple things, right? Market conditions, right, for one, and sort of your personal tolerance. In general, right, I like to keep it about 10% behind the current price. But the more volatile it is, right, the more I've locked in, the more flexible I'm willing to be there. In the end, right on Nvidia, I got stopped out protecting a net 50% win, I think, right, with some and like taking some profit off above that number. So, what I would always recommend at first, Caleb, is it's best to start off right, just getting to winners, right? So work your way into, say, closing positions off at 10%, right? Locking in wins, stacking up a few green days, right? A few green weeks. And then eventually you're going to start to feel more confident or feel more comfortable, right? Leaving X amount of contracts on or leaving X amount of contracts off. And hopefully by then, right, you're also going to have a few months of positive sort of account performance behind you. So that's going to make it much easier for you to sort of to trust the chart and to learn how to trade that. So I always recommend get to a position where you're profitable first, and then take steps up, right? Try to get the most out of each trade progressively. But more, right? The emphasis should be, the emphasis should be on trying to get the most out of yourself and then the most out of your trades instead of the most out of your trades and then the most out of yourself. So focus on, getting the most out of yourself first, right? Put yourself in the best position to find consistency, and then naturally, right, you're going to progress that way. And remember, right, 10% win a day doubles your account every 70 days, right? So that's incredibly powerful. That's incredible performance. So slow and steady, right? You're going to get good days, you're going to get bad days, but focus on stacking up green because it's going to make that learning process 1,000 times easier. So if you're then trying to get the most out of your trades from a position of you're already profitable, it's just a much easier psychological puzzle at that point. Right? Home runs come, right? Leadoff hitters hit home runs too, right? But they get on base. That's what we need to do as traders, right? That's consistency, right? That's where we can really take advantage. We consistently just keep getting on base, right? We're gonna make the playoffs. We're gonna do everything right. We just gotta keep getting base hits, and we're gonna eventually start hitting some home runs too. But if we swing for them, right? If we swing for home runs and we go all out for them, we're going to blow up our accounts, right? We're not going to put ourselves in a position where we can take advantage of those big moves when they happen, right? So that's why it's important that we make our process consistent, right? Make it repeatable. And that's what helps us to consistently find winners, right? The amount of follow through you get to a certain degree, right? It's a little bit of luck, right? Because each trade's going to behave independently, right? It's going to behave differently for different reasons. So it's, right, make your process consistent and then the results will take care of themselves, right? Just turn it into a numbers game. Sounds good, Rusty. Enjoy yourself, right? Enjoy yourself at the parade tomorrow. Yeah, I didn't see anything, but last week I did quite a big order. Last week I got a bunch of long sleeve running shirts. For those of you who are also Lululemon degenerates like Rusty and myself, um, they have a sales section, right, called the We Made Too Much. And they update it every Thursday with their newest and best sizes right around 7 or 8 a.m. Eastern. So usually when I wake up on Thursday mornings, I like to check it and see if there's any goodies. Anyway, guys, yeah, that's going to be it for me too. I think we're not going to catch any further action. It's been a great day. Had a lot of fun. Glad you guys could kill it with us. For those of you who are DTR guests, thank you so much for joining. Hopefully you caught those NVIDIA plays with us this morning. For those of you who want to try DTR full time, you can join at www.dtrtrading.com. Otherwise, guys, right, feel free to hit me up if you have any questions, right? That's for non-members as well. Always happy to help, and we'll do everything I can to help you guys become profitable winning traders. Otherwise, guys, have yourselves a great day, and I will see you all again tomorrow. Peace.